that is the fourth CO, should be in analysis or the cognitive domain. Then only we can achieve whatever it tells in the program's specific objective that is formed by the department, and also the mission which the institution has formed, because ultimately we have to reach the mission of the institute. So we need to form the COs likewise. Okay, is it clear up to this? Kindly assure me. Have you any difficulties, or is it okay? Can I move forward?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so the 4 to 6 major outcomes on an average. So we know that is if it is have 3 credits. So for each credit in our syllabus, in our curriculum, for each course, if we have 3 credits, so for 3 credits, each credits we need 12 class. So 3 into 12, that is 36 credits. So for the 36 classes, so during this 36 classes, we need to form 4 COs. Okay, so if we go for the 40 lesson, then we can form 4 to 5 COs. Okay, but don't go for the more COs, then it will create it's a huge time for the COPO attainment. Okay, next is outcomes which can be measured. Okay, that's why it is lower number of lessons are likely to be too trivial and more suitable for unit and module outcomes. And attainment of each CO should lead to attainment of one or more POs. This is most important. If we have formed 4 COs, if we have formed for 4 COs for each of the course, so each of the CO should be mapped POs, but it should not mandatory that each of the COs should be mapped all the POs. But what we need to think, I will show you that say you have the 4 COs, you need to find this average, that which CO is mapped with which PO and what is the average coming. After mapping with this, you need to, after calculating or after evaluating, you need to comment against your COs that is it okay? That means which we have formed, which COs I have formed for a particular course, is it mapped with POs and it is averagely mapped, or it is the map is quite good. So if it is good, so it's okay. If it is not good, after getting the average value of all the COs and POs with the mapping, again we need to rethink and form the COs. Okay. So here is an example that Professor P.P. Chakraborty has given. Whatever is, I am just going with the thing, what I have done. Just I am stopping here the sharing, and I am showing, I'll show my COPO mapping. Okay, so first of all, this was I have given as a tutorial in the afternoon session. So first, to get the CO, we need to form it in our back. Okay, so to write the COs for a particular program, say first CO may be the apply knowledge about different passive components used in electronic industry for common application. Okay, so this is apply level. Okay, so it's according to the level 3. So according to Bloom's taxonomy, it consists in level 3. Next CO may be the illustrate with the working of different active components to demonstrate the basic electronic circuit. Say, if we have a op-amp, resistors, and some capacitors, we form a filter circuit, or we form a adder circuit. So we can apply as well as understand, okay, and understand the things how using this passive components we can build an electronic circuit, and what is the working, how it is working, what is our output, and how you changes the characteristics of the circuits, or how we change the values, how it is happening. So like this way we need to form. So if you have the 4 COs, so you need to form this right 4 COs here, and here we, according to Bloom's taxonomy, in which level our CO is coming, we need to do it. Then it would be measurable, and it would be clear also for us who are teaching for that particular subject. Okay, so after that, after forming this, next coming is COPO mapping. Okay, so for the COPO mapping, if you have the 4 COs or the not 3 COs, don't go with the 3 COs. Obviously, you need to minimum 4 COs. So for the 4 COs, that CO1 is, say, what's the CO1? CO1 is apply knowledge about different passive components used in electronic circuit for common application. So this CO is mapping with PO6. So what PO6 is telling? The PO6 is telling, you can see the PO6, what PO6 is telling. Can you tell me what PO6 is telling? Anyone? According to program outcome, what is the point of PO6? What is program 6, PO6? So it is an individual and teamwork. Okay, so it is an individual and teamwork. So the first CO1, it is the PO6 is mapping, and the PO8 is mapping with 1. So why 2 and 1? Why not 3? Because 3 is excellent mapping. So 3 is highest marking, 2 is medium, 1 is weak. And if you put the dash, that means it is not mapped with the CO. So this CO is should be mapped with PSO or PU. Okay, so what is PO I have shown? It is similar to PSO, program specific objective. So the program specific objective, what you have formed. So here CO1 is related with, it's weakly related with PSO3. Next is for CO2. So you need to again map with all the POs. Okay, PO1 there is no mapping, PO2 is 1, PO3 is 1, and here PO9, 10, 11 all are 1. But PSO2 and PSO3, the CO2 is mapping 2 and 2. Okay, so that's why I'm telling, whatever you are forming the PSO, program specific objective or program educational objective you are forming, so it should be aligned with your CO. Okay, so keeping in those in mind, you need to map. So this CO3 also should be map like. So you can see here CO3 is quite, is a finely mapped with PO6, that is 3. So for 4 COs, you need to get the average. Say for PO1, for program outcome 1, that is the understand or conceptual engineering knowledge. For this program outcome 1, what is the average value of the CO? You need to find. Okay, so here you, after all the putting all the mapping for all the COs with single PO, you find average value. Similarly, for PO2, you need to find average value, and up to this all POs for each of the, for all the COs, keeping each of the POs, you need to find the average value. And here you justify that for which POs you have weak value. So if you feel that 2 point, but means if you have the average value above than 2, it is correct. Okay, you need not to change your CO statement. If below 2 for any PO, if your CO average is coming below 2, so you need to change the CO statement because it finds that it is not measurable or it is not achievable. So again, you need to form the CO, and again you need to do this PO and PSO mapping with the CO, and again you need to evaluate the average. So that's why behind this CO-PO mapping, we need to follow this exercise, that for the description, that is for each of the CO, we need to form the Bloom's taxonomy, and in which level, in which CO is coming, we need to finalize it first. Then according to the evaluation average value of the CO-PO, we have to iterate it. Okay. So here is the justification that CO1 and PO6, and it should be mentioned. It should be mentioned in SAR, because when we are doing the CO and PO mapping, after that there is a point, NBA or evaluator or SAR, we need to give this justification why it is mapped high or why it is mapped medium. Medium means 2, high means 3, low L means 1. So say CO1, which we have formed, apply that electronics passive components that is used in industry, that we have formed as a CO1. It is mapped with PO6 in medium, that is 2. Why? The justification here is the basic components used in electronic circuit are well understood. So this way you need to write the justification for the PO as well as the PSO mapping. So this is actually, it is you need to practice, because whatever we are thinking, sometimes we are not writing that way. Okay, so we have to change our thinking. So that's why, as we need to change our thinking, so we have to go with the practice, go for practice. So if we form a group, okay, and for a particular subject, and we take the CO-PO mapping with the justification from each of the person, and then we discuss it, then it will be very easy task for forming the 4 COs for a particular course. Okay, so here is the justification, always we need to give it. Okay, so here it is. Next time, before stopping here share, I need to go again my PPT. So any doubt here? The CO-PO mapping and the justification? The first step is we have to form the Bloom's taxonomy. According to Bloom's taxonomy, we need to form our COs, not more than 4 COs. Next is the CO-PO mapping we need to form, and then CO-PSO both simultaneously, and we need to get average value. Average value means for 4 COs, for each of the POs, we need to find the average, how much average is coming. If the average value is less than 2, so it is weak. You have to think as a week. Our COs is not mapped with PO. Okay, so we need to form the CO, keeping the POs in our mind. We need to form it again. And after forming it, we need to give it justification. Okay, so we need to give it justification. So if you have any doubt, participants, you can stop me, and if anything want to ask, because this is given in your tutorial. So I think you have done some kind of exercise. So if you have any doubts.
Not yet, ma'am. It's clear, right?
Okay, fine. Thank you. Okay, so here already I have told this, how relationship between COs and POs, all here it is mentioned. So main thing is 3 is fully met, 2 is partially met. So obviously always you want to go for not below than 2. Okay, 2 or more than 2, if you go for it will be better. So you need to form the matrix for each of the course for a particular curriculum. Okay. So, okay. Okay, so we don't need this curriculum. Okay, here it is the last part of my presentation, this rubric. So this assessment and the evaluation. So this is a very wonderful thing, that is rubrics. So somewhere or in some courses or in some courses, something is not measurable. Okay, but from using that evaluation or giving, not, we cannot put the marks. So there we use the rubrics. So how we need to form the rubrics? Okay, so here I have taken the reference. So here rubrics is a scoring tool that lays out the specific acceptation for an assignment, and rubrics divide an assignment into its component parts and provide a detailed description of what constitutes acceptable or unacceptable levels of performance of each of those parts. So the rubric, it is very simply tells that rubrics, it will tell you that it is acceptable or unacceptable. It is either 0 or 1. Okay. So what are the parts of a rubrics? Rubrics are composed of 4 basic parts. That is task description, that is assignment. When you are giving the assignment to the students, you can go with this rubrics, or you can give any that kind of say that project work, minor project or mini project. We go for this rubrics. Okay, the dimension of the assignment, you can break it down as a skill, knowledge, uh, kind of these keywords you form as a rubric sheet. Okay, and the level of the Bloom taxonomy, there also you need to put there in the rubrics. Okay, so here is a format, you can follow it, the task description, that say if you are doing assignment or you are giving any model minor project. So this way you can form it in your own way, you can form it. So basically rubrics can be used to classify virtually any product or behavior, such as essay, research reports, portfolios, and this oral presentation, that is we have a grand viva performance and group discussion, soft skill program, everything we can evaluate with the rubrics. So we can assess with the rubrics. So Faculty can use also rubrics in classes, because the NBA people, NBA evaluator, they will prefer the rubrics for the flip teaching. Okay, so in our latter session in this FTP, there is digital pedagogy. There is a session. So there you can see that is flip teaching and this quiz in the classes, and there are lots of digital pedagogy where you need to follow the evaluation assessment, how we do for the assessment. So this rubrics is a very good measures, so that you can create a uh, that uh, that is your documentation for the digital pedagogy techniques. So for rubrics into different formats, format checklist, then the rating scales. So when we have done our project, all we have the rating scales, which needs to form a rubrics, and there will be a holistic rating scales and descriptive. Generally, we follow the checklist and the rating scales. Okay, so there is the checklist. So in any project Viva, we follow this: answered all questions, appeared confidently, leadership quality, collaboration, teamwork, and now you form this way: satisfactory, exemplary. You can give the score. So for any of your program, you can form it by your own. There are different kinds of rubrics available. So give your rating to this for the rubrics, and you form it. So at the last, again, I am telling that OB is an iterative process, and the program is accredited once the minimum standard is reached. Not everyone in the evaluator team, in the NBA evaluator team, always he wants to see what motive we have, what perception we have, what honestly we want to do. So in many cases, I have seen in our many department, in the previous experience, many things they have written, many things they have done, CO attainment, PO attainment, and the attainment is very good. All the things they have, but when they are explaining their program educational objective and the COs for a particular subject, if they NBA evaluator uh, telling that just demonstrate one of your POs, one of your COs. So a person or NBA coordinator, when he is telling, so just NBA evaluator identify what passion, what thinking, what motivation of that program, the faculty, the students, what program has behind it, what program, what faculty thinks behind it. So it is not a big deal to get the NBA. First of all, we have to take it our mind. It is not a very complex job. Okay, if you write with your own satisfaction, that it is satisfying. I am when I am giving my students by through course objective, it is satisfied. It is not possible that 100% it is right, or 80% it is right, but we are trying to be correct. Okay, so it is not a big deal. I hope if anyone or any department will try it, they will acquire. It is not a big deal. So the process involves careful assessment and evaluation of all major components and recording the results systematically, where we need to this all attainment that our graduates are getting these attributes. After passing my graduates, they are acquiring these skills. Okay, this kind of documentation is very required, very much required. And appropriate changes, if you feel appropriate changes are is required for your PO and institute mission vision, you need to talk the stakeholders and academician and that professional bodies, so we can improve it. So it is an iterative process. So here I am ending my session. Thank you all. If you have any kinds of doubt or any kind you need to ask, so you can ask me.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your valuable speech. Definitely, it will be very much helpful for all of us as the faculty member and for the betterment of ourselves also. So, thank you. If anybody have any questions regarding these topics, we can ask the questions to ma'am, please.
If any suggestions from your side, or what I need to include in my slides, if you have any kind of suggestions, it would be better for me.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Thank you for your great speech. It's a very inspirational also. Lots of new things we already we understand that point from our point of view. Thank you for giving us such kind of great speech for us. And so, Kumar sir, please share, ma'am, from our college, from GKCM, Greater Kolkata College of Engineering Management. We are just giving a short memento. Please accept this one. Yes, ma'am.
Oh, thank you very
Please,
much for
please
this.
accept this one.
Yes, I am accepting. Kindly send me in my mail.
Yeah,
Uh,
definitely, ma'am.
okay.
Definitely.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, ma'am.
And it's really wonderful. It's I don't know. Is it means you are getting any kinds of help from this or not? But further, if you require any help from me, it is I'll be for you. Thank you.
Definitely, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you. So for all the viewers and participants, it's an announcement regarding that today's first session is over, and again the next session will be start after the tea break. It's start by the Kakuli Bandyopadhyay madam, and it will be start by 11:45. So please stay with us. Good morning, madam. Am I audible, ma'am? Kakul madam, am I audible?
Yes.
Good morning, ma'am, and all the participant in these sessions. I already mentioned that one in the last day. Madam already described about the CO mapping or CO attainment calculations. Today, her session is also present. That is the part two part, and Madam already mentioned about the CO attainment calculation procedure in the last day. And today, Madam also tell the regarding the PO mapping. That is the how, and the Madam topic's name is the how to reach target level through CO attainment, and that is the part two is assigned over here. Over to you, ma'am. If you start over.
Well, very good morning to all of you. As I already, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. As I told you last day in yesterday's session that I already circulated the your Excel sheet. Are you facing any problem or do you have any doubt? First of all, please respond on that. Then I will start the session.
Okay, ma'am. From my side, ma'am, I'm completing, taking the example of the 10 student, and I completing regarding the CO1 and average part. So but I'm not facing any problem at all. What you are saying, if I follow that one, it will calculate it properly.
Well, so it is very good for that within one day you can get that information. And one thing that is very much important when we are making the question papers, that I should say you, that whenever you are making the question paper, it is very important to map all the CO in equal level. Otherwise, what will happen? Sometimes it has been found that some questions are giving stress on CO1 and some questions are giving stress on CO2. And at the end of the, say, semester, if you are comparing the two unit test question papers, then you can see that you are giving more weightage on CO1 and less weightage on CO4 or CO5. So from the very beginning, if we are very much careful in say doing this question papers setting, then it will be very much helpful for us to calculate the mapping part or to calculate the attainment part at the end of their result. So in that sense, we will be very much careful. First of all, the formation of CO is very much important. How you can actually form the CO of a subject. Sometimes the CO are formed based on module. Like from module 1, there are 4 modules or 5 modules, and you are preparing your CO on the basis of modules. From module 1, you are preparing one CO, module 2, one. But my request is that if you can prepare it on knowledge basis, then it will be better. And when you are mapping your question, you can see that it is easier to get the attainment calculation. Like understand level. Understand level is true for all the module. Then application level, then say evaluation level, then you are coming to design level. So if you are doing or forming your CO in such a way, then from whatever module you are giving the question, that is the like a question 1. In question 1, you are giving one introductory type question, and then you are giving one problem, mathematical problem from there. So in that case, if question number is allotted by 5 marks, now out of 5 marks, like 2 marks is allotted for introductions, that is your CO1, covering CO1, and rest 3 marks is covering the application part, like it is considering CO3. So both CO1 and CO3 will be satisfied by your question number 1. That you can do because it will be helpful in attainment calculation. All the CO will be in that case almost equally attained at the end of the day, because it is required. At the end of the day, if you can see that only this percentage of CO is attained by CO1, and for CO4 and 5 the percentage is lower, then it will be a tough to compare all. Are you getting my point, what I am saying?
Yes, ma'am. Madam,
So,
if you give me the permission, can I share my screen
of
so
course,
I can show you the my practice basically.
exactly, very good, very good. Okay, you start.
Is it visible, ma'am?
Coming. Yes, it is coming. Yes.
So basically, ma'am, I'm not mentioning the student name over here. I'm just
Yes.
mention numbering that 1 to
Okay,
10.
that doesn't matter.
Okay, ma'am. So I'm just assigned is the maximum marks, as you were saying, that is 8 in individual marks and total marks is 16. And from that point, I'm just calculating individual marks on that. And according to the grading portion, and 3 is the above 60, and below
Okay.
in between 40 to 60 is the 2, and below 40 is 1. So here this section or this portion I'm just mentioned, that is the 60% of the students are above gets the marks above the 60%, and
6.
20% in between 40 to 60, and 20% below 40.
Okay. That is a great idea. I think you are getting this idea. Now you have to apply it for your departmental students.
Yes.
And you must mention the total marks that you are actually giving. It's very easy. I
Yes.
think if you are getting this Excel sheet, it will be very much easier for anybody to make this or to modify it. The number of students, the marks distribution, and according to that, you have to sit with your say answers to it. That's really very good.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am. I'm just stop the sharing now.
Okay, okay, thank you. So it's really a very good satisfaction that I am getting from your presentation. Now I am going to my sharing part. Okay. So already I think all of you got information about how to do your attainment calculation or target level, how you can reach your target level through CO attainment. Okay, I will come to CO PSO mapping later on. First of all, these are already fixed, you know. This part already discussed in our last session. So overall target level to achieved by ACE. ACE is very easy to do. With the help of your semester end examination, you can do it. And then 40% from CIE and 60% from ACE, and overall we are getting CO attainment, overall CO attainment for the subject FT301, it is 2.4. Okay. Now I'm discussing a little bit about Bloom's taxonomy because it is very much required to form your CO that I already told you that how you can do it. Just go in upper, it is going from remember level to create level, starting from remember, then understand, then apply. Now this remember, understand and apply, this is your education transfer zone. So this is your traditional education. First remembering, then you are understanding, then apply. Then if you are coming from remember to evaluate and analyze, both for this case, it is your augmented reality and it is called actually knowledge transfer. Whatever you are remembering, you are transferring it through analyze and evaluating. And the final part or final level is called, it is also knowledge part, transfer, which is called virtual reality. It is starting from remember to create. So that I am telling you, if you are writing your CO in that way, starting from remember and understand, then apply, after that analyze, then evaluate, and last of all create or design. If you have some equipment, design of equipment, so it is coming at the last part of your final part of your knowledge level. So just see, the first part is recognizing and recalling the facts. Second is understanding what the facts means. From the facts, you can understand it, then you are applying it, your ideas. After that, analysis part is coming, then evaluation, some mathematical problems are coming here, and ultimately combining all parts to make a new. That means here you are giving some new idea, you are generating something new that is actually coming in the top part, that is called create. So this is actually the different steps of Bloom's taxonomy. You are slowly reaching to the top level, from remembering to create. Now, what are the action verbs that you can apply? This is very much important when you are actually making your CO. CO গুলো যখন বানাবেন, these are allied action verb, like remember level. In remember level, what the action verb you can apply in your CO? Just see, this much of action verbs are given. Okay, so this is knowledge level, you know that, and it is based on remembering. First of all, if you are coming to the understand level, comprehension, that is called understand level. So what are the similar action verb that you can apply for formation of your CO? এটা যখন CO বানাবেন তখন এই টেবিলটা থাকলে I think it will be very much helpful for you when you are actually formulating your CO. এবং প্রত্যেকটা CO তে যেন একটা করে অ্যাকশন ভার্ব থাকে, there should be at least one, not at least one and maximum one action verb in each CO. Then in application level, like apply, there are different action verb you can apply. Like instead of apply, you can write calculate. The sentence will coming in that way, that after getting or after completing these subjects, the students will be able to. Now your CO will actually come in. General sentence you write, after completion of this course, the students will be able to বলে action verb গুলো আছে, able to add, able to apply or calculate or change or choose. These are coming under application part. Okay, these are coming under application part. Then in analyze part, you can use, other than analyze, what are the other action verb you can apply? Arrange, calculate, classify, combine, compare, contrast. These are coming in the same domain. Then in synthesis part, that means in evaluate part, you can apply this much of, like evaluate, explain, estimate, determine, to estimate, to evaluate. Similarly, under evaluate part, evaluation, that means creation part, the last part, it is coming as arrange, assembly, categorize, then compose, design, to develop, to devise. So these are to explain. These are coming. Explain দেখবেন যে আমি evaluation এও explain action verb আছে, আবার created under এও explain action verb আছে. So you have to choose these action verbs, this much of action verbs. This is I think this will be a good dictionary for all of you if you are following it when you are making your CO formation. Okay, তো আমি কালকে পিপিটিটা দিয়েছিলাম, সেখানে একটু অ্যাড অন করেছি এই দুটো পার্ট। আমি আজকে আরেকটা মডিফাইড পিপিটি যাকে আগের দিন পাঠিয়েছিলাম ওনাকেই পাঠিয়ে দেবো। ইজ দ্যাট ক্লিয়ার? ক্যান আই সেন্ড ইট টু দ্য সেম পারসন? Well, am I audible?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So can I send this PPT, modified PPT to the same person?
Ma'am, can you repeat, please, ma'am?
Can I send this modified PPT to the same person whom I sent yesterday? কালকে যাকে পাঠিয়েছিলাম আজকেও কি তাকে পাঠাবো, কারণ এগুলো আমার কালকের পিপিটিতে ছিল না।
হ্যাঁ ম্যাডাম, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই, পাঠাতে পারেন, না একই মেল আইডিতে পাঠাতে পারেন, কোনো অসুবিধা নেই। হ্যালো ম্যাডাম, অডিও?
Yes, yes, you are audible. Now we are coming to the next part. First of all, what you have to do, like in your say program like civil engineering or mechanical or computer science, there are totally like 122 or more than that. That are the different courses coming from first to fourth year. Okay, now this PO attainment calculation, actually it will come on pass out batches, because program outcome means after completion of one program. That means after getting the BTech degree, you have. Okay, তো আপনাদের কটা ব্যাচ বেরিয়েছে ধরুন, যদি আমি বলি যে if you are talking about the pass out batch, what are the number of batches?
Ma'am, is regarding 8 or 9.
Okay,
8.
so
8 exactly.
okay, then you have to consider the batches, not the ongoing batches, because for ongoing batches you cannot calculate the PO attainment. Why? Because you have to first calculate all the CO attainment. All the CO attainment কখন শেষ হবে? At the end of 8th semester. 8th semester examination হয়ে গেলে পরে, then you will calculate all the subject for that batch. Suppose the batch is, just a minute. So, as I am continuing, first of all, you have to do CO attainment for all the courses, like subject CO C1012 to C8, যতগুলো সাবজেক্ট আছে সবগুলোর CO attainment ক্যালকুলেশন করতে হবে। ক্লিয়ার? যদি কোনো ভয়েস প্রবলেম হয় তাহলে প্লিজ ইউ ইনফর্ম মি, ওকে? If it is clear, then not an issue. Voice clear আসছে তো?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, okay. So first of all, you have to do, like there are 122 subjects or more than that, you have to do CO attainment calculation, individual course-wise individual CO attainment calculation for all subjects. Then you have to start the PO attainment calculation. Okay. Now PO attainment calculation can be done by two ways. The first is the direct assessment, or you can say by direct attainment. Direct attainment, how we can do it? The direct assessment or direct attainment is achieved with the help of CIE and ACE. CIE, you know that it is called cumulative internal examination, and SEE means semester end examination. So direct assessment of PO will come with the help of this. Over. Next, we are coming to indirect assessment. Now, for this indirect assessment, actually, we have to take some survey. What are the survey? First is students exit survey. You know that when the final year students are passing or getting their BTech degree, after that you have to take students exit survey. That is one point of indirect assessment. You have to take employer survey. Students, when they are joining to any industry, you have to take survey from them. That means just after passing the BTech degree, it is not possible to take all the indirect assessment from all stakeholders or external stakeholders. Is that clear? যে আমার 2021 just student pass করেছে, just in the month of say July or August they are getting their degree, right? Now it is very tough to take the survey like employer survey, then students exit survey just immediately after passing BTech degree or after clearing BTech degree. It takes some time, at least 1 to 2 years. After that, you can ask the employer about the survey or PO attainment survey. It took some time. So PO attainment you can do for your pass out students for like 2020 or 2019 pass out students. Now you can start PO assessment. Direct assessment to amader hate ache, we can do it. But for indirect assessment, this survey you have to take after 2 or 3 years of getting BTech degree. So if you have any confusion, you can ask me. Now I am coming to the direct attainment part. The direct attainment part is in our hand. So what you have to do, you have to make a big table. Table consisting of all courses which are allotted in your program. Okay. So like course means any course, C1012, C409, there may be, I'm not writing it, not 409, okay, 804. So there are different subjects. You have to consider all subjects, all the courses present in your program. In your BTech program, all the courses that are present in your syllabi, you have to write all the name. Okay. And what are the average PO attainment that you have to write here. Okay. So COPO mapping, have you done it for each and every subject? প্রত্যেকটা কোর্সের জন্য কি COPO ম্যাপিং করা আছে আপনাদের?
Yes ma'am, it's already done.
Okay. Then you can understand, and COPO mapping করার পর you have to write the average. এখানে average গুলো লিখতে হবে. Okay. For each subject, এই C101 কোর্সটায় suppose 5টা CO আছে, তো 5টা CO out of this 5 CO, what is the average attainment for PO? You have to write the average value here. Okay. On 3 scale, maximum is 3 and minimum is 1. You have to write that here. That is the average part. You have to write the average value. Clear? So that will be a big table because it consists of all the subject. Now the attainment part, yet it is not clear. Don't think that it is totally you are getting this idea. Before we are coming to that, I'm taking the examples. Okay, I will come here later on. Now see, this is the mapping of suppose I'm writing it FD301. Okay, FD301 is the subject of thermodynamics and kinetics. So this is a mapping of FD301 COPO mapping, average COPO mapping for FT301. For the course FT301 that I am discussing with you. Right? This mapping part, I think it is with you. এই পার্টটা সবার নিশ্চয়ই আমার মনে হয় করা আছে। সিলেবাস যদি করা থাকে তাহলে সিওপিও ম্যাপিং করে প্রত্যেকটা সাবজেক্টের অ্যাভারেজ ম্যাপিং ইউ হ্যাভ উইথ ইউ। ক্লিয়ার? Well, now what is the overall CO attainment for FT301? That already we discussed. That is the overall CO attainment for FT301. The value we are getting is 2.4. Which is at the calculation column, attainment calculation for CIE and ACE. After that, the value of attainment for the course FT301, we are getting the value as 2.4. Right? It আমরা already পার করে ফেলেছি through CIE and ACE. Okay, then I am going to that table. Okay, that I am writing here. The overall CO attainment of FT301 is 2.4. Now, এটা হচ্ছে mapping. That table is mapping. Mapping of CO PO. Okay, here I am writing CO. Mapping of CO PO, that I am giving it here. Okay, mapping of FT301 COs with POs. Now you have to do the attainment. Therefore, the contribution of CO attainment for FT301, just a minute, I am changing it. The same subject, FT301 to PO attainment is as follows. এই টেবিলটা বোঝা যাচ্ছে? What I am writing here. Try to understand. একটু দুটো দেখলেই বোঝা যাবে, দুটো টেবিল দেখলে। Just simple mathematical calculation I am doing here. First table is mapping, second table is attainment.
That means, ma'am, first table we are just mentioning the above 60% value or 40 to 60 like that.
No, first table is mapping. That you are writing in your syllabus. আপনাদের সিলেবাসে সিওপিও ম্যাপিং করা আছে, তার থেকে যে এভারেজ ম্যাপিংটা পাচ্ছি সেটা হচ্ছে এই ভ্যালুটা।
আচ্ছা,
ওকে, সিওপিও থেকে যে এভারেজ ম্যাপিংটা পাচ্ছি সব পিও, জাস্ট উই আর রাইটিং ইট। আচ্ছা, ওভারঅল সিও অ্যাটেইনমেন্ট ফর FT301 অলরেডি এই ভ্যালুটা চেনা লাগছে, এটা আমরা কালকে ক্যালকুলেট টু ইউ।
Exactly.
That value is not due. Just see. So maximum CO can be attained, that is 2.4. তাহলে PO3 যদি 3 হয়, ম্যাক্সিমাম ম্যাপিং যদি 3 হয় তাহলে তার অ্যাটেইনমেন্ট হবে 2.4, কারণ ম্যাক্সিমাম আমরা 2.4 ই অ্যাটেন্ড করতে পারি অন 3 লেভেল। If it is highest level is 3, the highest level of attainment is 2.4. So when we are writing it 3, that means we are getting the highest attainment, that is 2.4.
Okay.
So যেখানে যেখানে 3 আছে সেগুলোতে 2.4 হবে। Where it is 2, you make it just mathematics 2/3 of 2.4.
Okay.
2/3 of 2.4.
Okay, taking the reference of 2.4 value.
Exactly. Because it is the attainment level calculation.
Okay.
Now you are doing the combination of mapping with attainment. So mapping scale, average mapping scale for CO course FT301 is 3, 3, 2, 2, just like that. So 3 is your maximum level. If it is maximum level, then your attainment will come at maximum level, which is 2.4. 2.4 এর বেশি আপনি অ্যাটেন্ড করতে পারবেন না, বিকজ অলরেডি ইউ ক্যালকুলেট ইট।
Yes, ma'am, it's clear now.
Through your result, you are getting the maximum attainment which is 2.4. So if your maximum level of mapping is 3, that means your attainment is 2.4. If it is 2, then it will be 2/3 of 2.4. If it is 1, then it is 1/3 of 2.4. So that attainment value you have to write in this table. It is not mapping. It is not the mapping table. It is the attainment level table. Table for direct attainment. For each and every subject, you have to write that values. Then after that, you have to just do the average. Arithmetic average of all subjects. And that average value will give you the average PO attainment for that batch. Like one batch is 1620 batch. Okay, 1620 batch, মানে 16 এ admission নিয়েছে, 20 তে pass out হয়েছে. For that batch, the direct attainment of PO or 12 POs you are getting after making all the arithmetic average of these different courses.
ম্যাডাম কোর্স নেমের এই নোমেনক্লেচার কিছু আছে ম্যাম C101 102
না এটা আমি एग्जांपल দিচ্ছি এটা আমি एग्जांपल দিচ্ছি মানে সি মানে কি আমার ক্ষেত্রে ধরুন FT101 FT102 ওকে
ওকে
সি মানে কোর্স
হ্যাঁ বুঝতে
যে
পেরেছি
কোর্সটা আপনি বলছেন ওকে আপনাদের যদি সিএসসি ধরুন CS101 CS202 যেরকম ভাবে আমাদের নোমেনক্লেচার থাকে দ্যাট ইজ দ্য
ওকে
nomenclature you should follow about your MACOUT. MACOUT is nomenclature দিয়ে আছে now one thing here I am writing all the theoretical subject like that you can see 101 102 804 that doesn't mean that I am not including the practical subjects you have to include practical subjects also but for practical subjects you cannot do individually in that way just like CIE you can make it on result basis practical result আপনাদের কাছে থাকে so practical attainment you can do it by this way like একটা subject আছে CO 292 or CO 291 okay the subject related to practical so you got the result of practical of that subject like physics lab or chemistry lab so physics lab e kojon student greater than equal to A grade পেয়েছে okay so that means it gives you what is the level they are getting okay so if 60% and above students are getting 60% and above marks then it is level 3 if 70% and above students getting 60% and above marks then it is level 2 if 80% students getting 60% and above marks then it will be level 3 so according to that you can consider the level for practicals also just like ACE আমরা যেভাবে সেমিস্টার এন্ড এক্সামিনেশন করেছি প্র্যাকটিক্যালটা আমরা সেইভাবেই করতে পারি which level we are getting so is that clear how we can make the direct attainment
yes ma'am
ওকে এই পিও অ্যাটেইনমেন্ট আমার এই পার্টটা যা ডিসকাস করছি এখানে নিজেদেরকে প্রচুর খাটতে হবে বিকজ এট দ্য এন্ড অফ অল 8 সেমিস্টার্স you have to do individual CO attainment for every subjects considering CIE and ACE and after that the value that you are getting if it is 2.6 or 2.4 or 2.7 whatever may be the value you are getting depending on that you have to calculate the PO attainment and PO attainment you can do it with the help of PO mapping scale. PO mapping scale, I think already it is with you. You can do it from your syllabus. Now the question is coming for indirect attainment. Okay, you have to take, here I am giving 3 survey. 3 surveys I think sufficient. 3 different types of survey from different external stakeholders. Alumni feedback is very much important, or students exit survey is one point here. Then there will be employers feedback. You can take other say feedback, and at least 2 or 3 employers feedback. You can take 2 or 3 employers feedback. You can take students exit survey, and you have to add on here. Now the question is how you can correlate this your indirect say assessment by taking the survey from different stakeholders. Okay, they are all our stakeholders, whether it is our say exit student or our alumni. You can take a survey from alumni also, like when you are doing the PO attainment for 20 pass out batch, you can take the survey from say 19 pass out alumni or 18 pass out alumni or before that. Okay, so you can take the survey of your alumni. You can take exit survey of that batch, that pass out batch. You can take a survey or assessment from their employers where they are getting jobs. That you can take. Or if they are going for higher studies to any institute, you can take survey through their faculty members also. Jodi kothao baire korte jay, sekhan thekeও you can take exit survey. So this survey you have to incorporate in your indirect attainment calculation. Now I am showing one say word file. This is one word file. This is stakeholders feedback for PO attainment through indirect assessment survey. I'm giving you just one case study. Okay, you can make it in that way. This is for my department. You have to write the name of the stakeholders, the field of work, their phone number, email ID. Now, first of all, you have to state clearly the POs. যে PO গুলো আছে for 1 to 12, you have to write it clearly. So these are the 12 different POs. Okay, we all know that, which are aligned with graduate attributes, right? So these are the 12 POs. Now you can make one table. Okay, so ask your stakeholders to put this marks 3, 2 or 1. If it is strongly mapped, then 3. If it is moderately mapped, then 2. If it is lightly mapped, then 1. So ask your external stakeholders to put this marks 3, 2 and 1 in that scale here in this table. Is that clear? So before that, you have to say define all the POs clearly. Otherwise, it will not be like when a student is going to an industry, the employers will give or judging that student, the employer will give his or her say point on the basis of engineering knowledge, problem analysis, design and development of solution, conduct investigation of complex problems. So depending on this 12 say aspect, the employer will give points here. যদি মনে হয় যে খুব ভালো না, তাহলে আর যদি মনে হয় একদম ম্যাপিং হয়ওনি তাহলে ড্যাশ দিয়ে দেবে, otherwise it will be given in that way 3, 2 or 1. Now after getting this survey from 2 or 3 employers, you take the average value of all 12 POs. Like if I am discussing one student who is joining in TCS or CTS in computer science department, very good student, engineering knowledge the employer may give 3. Then for lifelong learning, it may be 2 or it may be 1, because it's not very much say judge at that time. Project management, whether the student can handle the project very good, then in that case employer can give 2 if it is moderate. Then in PO2 it may be given as 2, depending on that employer. Like design and development of solution, if the students is very good on design and development of solution, then the value will be 3 or otherwise 2. So depending on that you will get different values, and you can take this say employer 2 to 4 or maximum employers, maximum 5 employers you can collect it, and then take the average mapping on the scale of 3 for PO1 to PO12. That is called indirect assessment. Clear? So that you have to circulate to your employer, and you have to request the employer, please sir, put or evaluate or give some assessment based on the students doing job at their concern. So that is your indirect assessment. You have to put this value here, average values. And after getting all the survey, then you have to put the indirect attainment or average indirect attainment. You have to put the data in this table. So I think this part is clear to you, how to do the PO attainment calculation by doing individual CO attainment for individual course or overall CO attainment for individual course. Then you have to come to PO attainment calculation. So first of all, you have to do PO attainment calculation for individual subjects or individual course. Then you have to take the arithmetic average of all course allotted in your program. Program means the different streams. I am talking about different streams. This is a direct attainment considering all courses. Like you are getting this value for direct attainment. Suppose this is one example, okay? Like at the end of all, say, calculation of all CO attainment, and then mapping it with PO attainment calculation, you are getting the value of direct attainment. These are the direct attainment from PO1 to PO12. Now, you must be very much clear in that sense that suppose here some PO are not at all. If it is happened at the end of the day that some POs are not attained, then you can say that you have some problem in your CO or you have some problem in your curriculum. সেক্ষেত্রে কিন্তু রিভিশন করতে হবে। At the end of the day, all PO will be attained. কেউ বেশি কেউ কম হতে পারে, কিন্তু এরকম যেন না হয় যে কোনো PO attainment after at the end of all courses কোনো PO attainment এ এখানে ড্যাশ থেকে গেল। Suppose I am writing here dash, so that is incomplete. You can't write that. Then you have to do again the calculation starting from your CO. আবার CO থেকে ক্যালকুলেট করে বা CO কে মডিফাই করতে হবে। You have to do this modification. There must be some value that will be attained for all PO, PO1 to PO12. আমাদের কিছু কিছু পিও আছে যেমন ফিন্যান্স, তো এগুলো হয়তো আমার কিছু সাবজেক্ট আছে সবাইকে সাপোর্ট করছে না, বাট দেয়ার আর সাম সাবজেক্ট লাইক সে ইকোনমিক্স ফর ইঞ্জিনিয়ার্স, প্রিন্সিপলস অফ ম্যানেজমেন্ট, দেয়ার আর আদার ক্যালকুলেশন টাইপ where the calculations are going on. In that subjects, that PO are mapped. So our syllabus are actually framing in such a way so that all the 12 POs or all the 12 graduate attributes will be satisfied after completion of all courses or after the completion of all 4 years degree courses. যদি কোনো PO satisfied না হয়, that means your curriculum should be reformed. Now, suppose this is the indirect attainment of PO. Previously, I'm giving this value for direct attainment, average direct attainment of all PO that are coming from your CO attainment calculation through CIE and SE. Now I am showing the indirect attainment of PO, that means that are coming from the external stakeholders survey. This is your direct attainment, PO attainment, and it is showing the indirect PO attainment. And at the end of this indirect PO attainment calculation, this is suppose your average value of PO attainment. Okay, so this is your average value of PO attainment that you are getting by indirect survey. Now again, we have to apply that formula. This formula is actually given in the website, or this is according to the instruction of outcome-based education. We are following that. Overall PO attainment is 80% of direct attainment and 20% of indirect attainment. Okay, so overall how we can do it? 80% of direct and 20% of indirect. Okay, so let's take an example. PO1 average direct attainment is 2.1, right? PO1 average indirect attainment is 2.8. Clear? 2.1 and 2.8. So what we are doing, 80% of 2.1 and 20% of 2.8. The value is coming as 2.24. Clear? So similar way, you have to do the other attainment or other PO attainment calculation. Like here it is 2. So 80% of 2 and 20% of 2.5 will give you the attainment for PO2 or overall PO attainment for PO2, and in that way you can calculate the all values starting from PO1 to PO12. If you have any confusion, you can please come in voice note. So this is the average PO attainment, overall PO attainment for PO1. Now just like that, you can write it here in this table. I'm writing all the values and average values of PO attainment. If all POs are not if it is all attained, then okay. And if some POs are not attained, then action taken for not attained POs, and it should be mentioned. So that should not happen generally, because all of our POs are to some extent mapped with any 2 or 3 subjects. So that is the calculation for overall PO attainment. Already in our previous class or in our previous discussion, you got idea about the CO attainment, how you can do the CO attainment calculation through CIE and ACE, and then the overall CO attainment is coming from 40-60, that means 40% through CIE and 60% through ACE. Then today we learn how we can do the overall PO attainment. PO attainment can be done with the help of direct method and indirect method. Direct method is coming from CO attainment calculation and CO-PO mapping calculation, and indirect attainment is coming from the external survey reports or stakeholder survey reports, and then we can get the average of it in a way that 80% of direct attainment and 20% of indirect attainment. And for individual, each and individual PO, we are getting the attainment calculation or attainment level calculation at the end of your course. So this is the overall PO attainment that you are achieving in this way. Similarly, you can do the PSO attainment. Just like PO attainment, you can do the PSO attainment. PSO department wise PSO আমি বলেছিলাম PSO ম্যাপিংটা এখানে কাজে লাগবে, and each and every যেরকম ভাবে আমরা 12 PO করলাম সেরকম ভাবে আমার ডিপার্টমেন্টে যেমন 3টে PSO আছে, PSO জেনারেলি it should be 2 to 4, দুটো থেকে 4টে PSO থাকবে. For my department this value is 3. So for that reason what you have to do, I'm coming to the say initial slides where I am giving the mapping of, this is a mapping of CO with PSO. Average mapping is that, and then after from this mapping, just like your say PO attainment calculation, you can do the PSO attainment calculation. Maximum CO attainment is 2.4. Yes, for FT301. So if it is 3 for PSO1, the value will be 2.4. For PSO2, that will be mapping এর ক্ষেত্রে আমরা জেনারেল এরকম একটা করে নিতে পারি 2.4 মানে 2, so it will be 2/3 of 2.4 and it will be again 2/3 of 2.4. So this will be the average PSO attainment for this subject. Similarly, for other courses, there are say different courses in your program. So for each and every courses, you have to do the PSO attainment calculation. But first of all, you have to do this mapping. Then you can calculate the PSO attainment just like your PO attainment. And for PSO also, you can take the indirect survey from external stakeholders. Just like your PO, you can take indirect assessment from your external stakeholders. I'm not showing the PSO attainment because it will be similar to PO attainment calculation. But before that, you have to do the CO PSO mapping. And after doing the CO PSO mapping, just like that, you have to write the PSO attainment calculation through CO, just like your PO attainment calculation. Then you have to do all the PSO attainment calculation by your different courses involved in your program, make the average of it, that is called the direct PSO attainment. Then you take the external survey, external stakeholder survey for PSO also, just like your PO, and then with the help of this formula you can do the average PSO attainment or overall PSO attainment for all courses. So that's all for the attainment calculation. Now, if it is going to question answer session.
Yes, sir. If anybody have any query, can ask ma'am.
Because next part is a big part, you have to do your calculations. I'm just helping you some respect that you can get some idea, because uh, it may help you, and in future if you have any problem you can consult with me. I think some of your teachers are very much well known to me. They have my contact number also, so through them, and your principal madam is also very much well known to me, so you can contact with them if you facing any problem in future in your calculation part.
Definitely, definitely. Thank you so much, ma'am. If any participant have any query, any questions? Okay, so ma'am, thank you, because last day you already mentioned about the CO mapping and today is already complete about the COPO both. So very interactive session and very much helpful, definitely. I think from my side, definitely I am very much helpful to calculate the CO mapping, and at the same time, all the participants also helpful from your valuable session. Thank you so much, ma'am. Before completing that one, just accept one small memento from us.
Okay, thank you very
Def-
much. And
Definitely, ma'am.
really, it's really very, I really enjoyed the session because you people are very much interactive. And of course, this calculation is going on in our department also, because of every time we are busy in calculation part. It's really very tedious job to do or to complete all the attainment calculation. So thank you very much for this session. I think it will be helpful for you for your
Definitely,
future.
it will very much helpful for all of us, ma'am. Thank you very much, ma'am. And madam, you just shared your PPT to the yesterday's mail ID. I'm
Yes,
already
yes,
shared you.
no problem, no problem.
And okay, ma'am. Thank you, madam. And for the all the participants, the next session will start by Dr. Papum Vishwas, and his domain is the OBE practices through the adoption of the digital pedagogy, and that session will start by 2 p.m. And right now we are taking for the lunch break. So stay with us and we'll start our session from 2 o'clock. Thank you.
Good afternoon, sir. Am I audible to you, sir? Papan, sir?
Yeah, good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Yes, sir. I'm audible.
Okay.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. Today with us, a eminent speaker from JS Colony. This is Dr. Papan Bisa, sir. Basically, sir is presently holding the post of the HOD of electrical department in JS Colony. Is the JS group of institution. And today in our arranged FDP 5 days program, today's session is controlled by the sir. So over to you, sir. I'm not wasting too much time. We are too much interested to hear your words, sir.
So, am I audible? His sound is clear? Hello?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So, very good afternoon to Principal Madam. Very good afternoon to Prashanto sir, whom I know personally. And very good afternoon to all my dear colleagues at the Greater Kolkata Institute. So I'm exactly like you. As a teacher, I have joined at Narula Institute of Technology long back 2004-5 session. Then as I'm staying at Krishnanagar, so I have just shifted from Narula Institute of Technology to GIS Kolani because it's near to my house. That is the only reason. And over the time, I have worked with many faculty members. Prashanto sir and Moma madam also I have worked at GIS College of Engineering. And many faculty members who are there in GIS group institutes, along with them I have worked. And whatever I have learned today, from them only I have learned most of the things. So, my dear colleague, whatever I have learned from them, so I am trying to present in front of you. During the presentation, if you have any query during the presentation, if you want me to ask any question, if you want me to modify me in between, so you are most welcome. So let us start this session by through my presentation. So I'm sharing the presentation. So I hope my presentation is also visible. So it's the faculty development program on outcome-based education. And as I have heard from Prashanto sir that yesterday and today morning, you have experienced fantastic sessions on the basic aspect of outcome-based education. So my job for this session, what I have received is how to achieve the outcome through the digital pedagogy. So the practicing the teaching learning by the method of digital technology, how could we achieve the outcome? So that is the main aim or main theme of my session. So I'll be initially starting with the discussion, of course, with the outcome-based education. I know you have enough idea on that. Still, for my session, it will be required. So meaning of OBE. So outcome-based education means the clarity of focusing and the organizing everything in the manner so that one student will be able to successful at the end of their learning. So outcome-based education will give you exact path, focused path, organized path. Through that, he will be guided, or as a teacher, you will be guiding him to able to success in his life. So meaning of outcome is very simple to all of you. It's the goal, it's the purpose, it's the end product. So outcome is nothing but at the end of any learning, what you are achieving, how your product is looking like. So in one word, outcome means if you just consider it's a teaching learning, it's a education system. So at the end of the course, how you have learned it or how you will be established in your life. So that is the outcome. So I'll give you a very crude example of some outcomes so that it will be very easier for you to understand the meaning of outcome. So outcome-based education applied to cake cooking course. So all of you know that this type of courses are available, food technology and many types of courses are available, where the student directly will learn how to bake a cake, how to prepare a cake. Not only that, during his course, during his tenure of the course, he will be able to learn that. He has to learn that because at the end of his course, will be posted somewhere. He need to do that. It's a very pure example of outcome-based education. If a student learn how to bake it, how to prepare it, so he will be able to do that. Otherwise, it will be wastage. You know, nobody will prefer a cake which do not have any taste at all. So, outcome. What is the outcome of this course? You will be able to prepare a cake fantastically according to the different kind of tricks available. You know, so as per this nomenclature, you will be able to prepare it. So that will be your outcome. Similarly, one more outcome is the driving schools. All of you have gone through that. So see, at the end of the day, if you are not able to drive properly, rather I will give you one certificate like this. Well, this thing has no meaning at all to all of us. So it's the very crude, but it's the example of the outcome-based education. So if you able to understand, if you able to learn means how to drive a car, so that is your outcome of that driving school. So that you can able to drive car in this kind of roads and all. See, everything will be written in your license that you can drive vehicle throughout India. Everything is good, but until and unless you are able to do that in practical situation, it does not have any meaning at all. Correct? So these are the many examples are there, but I thought that I should start with few examples of the outcome-based education, which all of you have seen in your life. Other than this, there are many other examples also, like military training programs. All of you are familiar with this. So it's not just write down something at the end of the training or just to pass the examination. It's not like that. At the end of the military training, you must know all the activity performed by the militaries, and you may have to fight the BSF, or maybe you may need to apply whatever you have learned very immediately. You never know. Similarly, karate instructors, professional license, flight school, Bharatanatyam dance. So few examples I have kept here, but whatever the things we are learning every day, all the courses basically is outcome based. But unfortunately, the education system, especially higher education system, we only measure means how the student can remember, what capacity of memory he has or she has, so that he can reproduce it into his exam paper and he could get the maximum marks. And yes, sometimes the student who learn, they only can reproduce it into the exam paper. That's true, I understand. But sometimes it also can happen without understanding the essence of engineering, without understanding the essence of a particular course. Just before examination, he can go through the content, he can remember many things, he can write down into the examination paper. It's not the outcome. It's not the outcome. It's like remembering something. You have a very good memory chip, and you have just vomited into your exam paper. You have got good marks, but it's not the outcome. Here, as an educationist, we need to think on that. We need to change the system, we need to consider means how to change this higher education system so that it could be a pure outcome-based education. So last 2 days, 2 means 1.5 days, you have gone through the process of outcome-based education. So I hope you are familiar with this. So you will be familiar with this. Outcome-based education means what the student should be able to do after his course. So how he will achieve it through a proper curriculum. Yes, of course, the education institute who is affiliated to a particular university, they does not change their curriculum. But still, I understand the university continuously upgrading the curriculum. Through that, that is possible. Or the institute who has that flexibility, or course institute, they can achieve the outcome through the proper changing of the curriculum as per the demand. Now, how to just do this curriculum, how to perform the curriculum, or how to teach the content of the curriculum to the student, that is through the teaching learning or learning and teaching process. Mainly in this session, I will be concerned on this area, and a bit of assessment also I will be covering. So the theme of the outcome-based education and the curriculum part, I hope you have covered, or some of other members will be covered those things. So I'll be trying to discuss with you the learning and teaching methodologies which will be most suitable for our 21st century learner, and a bit of assessment also I'll be trying to cover during this session. So you also are familiar with this structure of the outcome-based framework. You will have institute will have its vision and mission, and every program under the institute will have its own program outcomes and program educational outcomes. So that will be achieved through the course outcomes, and every courses will have syllabus, teacher, learning objective, learning outcome, and throughout the assessment you will evaluate those things, and at the end you will assess the program and the institutional assessment. In true structure, true outcome-based education structure, always you need to measure the improvement. So it is expected that the successive measurement, always there will be some improvement. If improvement is not there, so OBE practice is not perfect. So there must be some kind of improvement. Yes, it may not be always student result may not be improved, but other measurement, other unit measurement must be there, so that you can show the improved whatever you have done over the last years. So in administrative level, if you look into the structure of outcome-based education, so it is the list structure is the course coordinator, who is basically the teacher of a particular course. So then it will be module coordinator, program coordinator, program assessment committee, department advisory committee, and at the end institute will have the IQSC. Your institute also have IQSC. I have seen the answer is the coordinator of the committee. So whatever you are doing through your outcome-based education, it must be come from IQSC or processed through IQSC. So IQSC is the highest body of your institute, so that will guide you for proper practicing of outcome-based education. Now I am moving to my content of this particular session. So the teaching learning, how we should practice the teaching learning to achieve the outcome-based education. So learning, all of you know, learning is nothing but the sharing or maybe transfer of information between the two parties. Two parties means I want to mean one is teacher, another one is student. So it's the most difficult part in the world. You know, you do not have direct measurement, means how much transfer has been occurred, how much learning has transferred from teacher to student. So it is very, very difficult process. We do not have any wired connection. We do not have any wireless connection also, but you need to do that. As a teacher, you continuously transfer the knowledge from you to your students. So the measurement you need to do as a teacher, through maybe just by looking in the eyes of your student, just by getting the assignment from your student. Various assessment method we need to do, but it's the most complicated part of this work. So learning is nothing but your knowledge will be transferred to the student's mind. So how can you do that? There would be many ways. Over the last 1,000 years, or maybe more than that, traditional way of teaching learning, traditional way of learning teaching is going on across the country, throughout this country, or maybe throughout the world. Now, if you look into the very advanced countries, European countries, or maybe American countries, they are not using this conventional or traditional lecture nowadays. If they are using, percentage is very less, because in traditional learning there are many drawbacks. Major drawbacks is in traditional classroom, limited. You cannot practice many way of teaching methodology. Rather, in traditional classroom, you can practice only a few teaching methodology, but it has its own advantage also. In traditional classroom, the teacher and student will be in front of the student will be in front of student, teacher, and of course the teacher will be in front of the student. It has its own advantage, but there are many disadvantages by comparing the 21st century learner. If you go back, the students are maybe 30, 40, 50 years back students. So they generally prefer the traditional lectures, traditional learning. We are also, we are also the product of the traditional lectures. And we have also learned something. But nowadays, when you are going to the classroom, you are teaching, you must consider who are your students. So it's, as I said, the transfer of knowledge is very critical issue. It's a challenging issue. Now, if you look into the student fraternity nowadays, there are different kind of students. It's not the 20-year back. All the students listen to this teacher very carefully. If you look into your classroom nowadays, it's not like that. Sometimes you will get variety of student, variety of concentration level. I'll be discussing all those things in this session only. So because of that, it's nowadays it's more challenging. So transfer of knowledge by using the conventional teaching learning methodology is not very easy nowadays. Now, before going to the different kind of teaching learning methodology, I must clarify one issue. I must open up one issue in front of all of you, which is called cognitive overload. Some of you may heard this term, some of you may not. So what is the cognitive load? Load, you understand, load is nothing but something extra pressure you have given. So cognitive overload is, which is actually referred to in human memory. Actually, there are two types of memories are available. One is called short-term memory, another one is called long-term memory. So whenever we are teaching something to our students, or maybe whenever we are learning something, the first learning must be passes through the short-term memory or working memory. Then if we understand that, if we able to got everything essence of that learning, that will be stored into the long-term memory. Unfortunately, the working memory or short-term memory can only store very few bits of information. So short-term memory or working memory, any new information must be processed through it. But unfortunately, that cannot remember many things at a stress. Only 4 to 5 bits of information it can be remember at a time. Now, suppose I'm asking you to remember this bits 4, 5, 6, 2, 5, 1 throughout my session. Some of you can do that. I know 4, 5, 6, 2, 5, 1. This is not very difficult to remember. But if I'm asking you, you just remember this. So it will be difficult for many of you. Some of you can remember still, I understand, because their memory chip is very good. But most of you will not able to do that. So I'm not saying this is the result of one research and development. The scientist has performed this, and he has shown only 5 to 9 items we can remember. That's why the mobile numbers have this maximum 10 numbers or something like that. So you can remember up to 5 to 9 items at a time. If I give more item means one this portion is called item. So if I give many items at a stress, it will not be possible to remember it, because it will not process from your short-term memory to long-term memory. It takes time. Okay. So what is the bottleneck? Bottleneck is the working memory or short-term memory. Because if you consider the long-term memory has infinite storage space. So if you, in human being, if you able to pass through the working memory or maybe short-term memory, and if it is stored into your long-term memory, you can remember it, and indefinite number of things you can remember. There is no limitations at all, but your bottleneck is here, because whenever you are processing, that must be processed through your working. Correct? So yes, of course, it can vary from people to people, but it has been, from R&D, it has been found that up to 9 items continuously one can remember. Capacity varies from individual to individual. That also I have written here. Similarly, but rather than a number, now if I'm asking you, can you please remember this G, F, X, T, Q, N? This can you remember for next 1 hour or maybe next half an hour? 1 second, it also will not be very easy for you, because this individual G, A, X will be considered as an item in your memory, because it has no meaning to you rather than only G or F or X, T, Q, N. So this also may be a difficult issue for some of you. But if I'm asking you to remember 6 same letters, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Last slide also was 6 letters. If I want you to remember spider, so I hope all of you are able to remember this at the end of the lecture also. Why? Because your memory already understands the meaning of spider. Your memory already understands the meaning of spider. Whenever I will say spider, so immediately in your long-term memory that will appear. And if I ask at any time, automatically it will be passing from long-term memory to short-term memory or working memory, and you can utter the word very easily, because your memory now will consider spider as an item. Correct? So what I want to mean from this slide is like this. As a teacher, we are going inside the classroom. See, you are teaching a particular subject, maybe 3 years, 4 years, 2 years, 9 years, 10 years. For you, the content may look like very simple. For you, the content look like, see, it's very easy. Why you are not understanding? Why you are not concentrating? No, it's not like that. The student first time they are listening those lines, those sentences, those everything they are listening first time. So for them, it is not very easy to remember. For them, it's not very easy to process through the short-term memory to long-term memory. So as a teacher, your job will be to break your entire content into chunks. So if you are able to give the content to your student in terms of chunking, small content, where there will be some meaning. If you just break it into chunk which has no meaning, so once again same thing will happen. So you need to do as a teacher, you need to break the content in a chunks, small chunks which has very good meaning, that you can relate also to the real world content, what student like. So if you are able to do that, so the digestion or maybe student short-term memory to long-term memory passing will be very easy, and student will be able to remember. So what we are doing in a conventional classroom, in conventional classroom, we are taking maybe 50 minutes, 40 minutes, 60 minutes continuous classes. And we generally prepare many slides. Some of you I have seen, some of not you, some of the teachers I have seen, they have prepared 40 slides, 50 slides in a particular classroom. They are continuously, they are offloading their content to the students. But what is happening? What happening is the students are not able to process. They are the human being. They are not able to process. All the information are not able to process through from the working memory to long-term memory. So because of that, overloading is happening. So because of that, they are losing interest after 10 to 15 minutes or maybe maximum 20 minutes. Now you can ask me that we have not learned. Yes, we have learned. It's true. We also have appeared into the conventional classroom. We also have attended many conventional teachers, excellent teachers, best teachers. Many things we have heard. We have, if you go back and if you remember, except few classes, in other classes, in other normal conventional classes, you maximum 20 minutes you have been able to concentrate into the classroom. After that, you was there physically, but you have not learned many things. It's not your fault. It's not this fault of the students. It's the fault of this particular biological configuration. The system cannot proceed. Yes, of course, I understand. Some of us can be different. Once again, I am not considering this. But as an average student, when we are giving, or better to say, uploading our information into the classroom, it could be conventional, it could be digital, it could be LMS based, whatever. So we are uploading everything, but they are not able to learn many things. Something they can learn, but most of the thing is missing. Just a second. कब्बा एक मेरा सेशन चल रहा है, थोड़ी देर बाद करो. ओके, थैंक यू. So as a teacher, we are just uploading our information and cognitive overload. So this overload is called the cognitive overload. So this is happening to our students. So they are not learning. They are not able to do it. They are the information is not processing from the working memory to long-term memory, so that they can understand, they can remember. They are losing interest in the classroom because of that. So we need to think on this matter. Same thing can happen if you are asking many things within a short span of time. So I think you understand what I want to mean. Within the 2.5 hour time or maybe 3 hours time of the examination, you are asking student to do many things. For a particular subject, from the first page to last page, you want your student to reproduce or maybe write down everything perfectly in the examination hour. So same thing can happen, not with all. Don't think, see, you don't consider the questions what we prepare. We generally prepare the question paper which is based on memory-based question paper. Memory-based question paper do not have that much difficulty. If one student can memorize things, they can reproduce it into within the 3 hours or 4 hours, or maybe 2.5 hours, whatever the time. But if it is a true outcome-based question, it is a based on the outcome-based education, true question you place in front of you, then same thing will happen within a very small time of small span of time. It will be very difficult for the student to retrieve everything from the long-term memory to working memory and your examination. Same overload can happen. So because of this, now the higher education, now they are thinking. So how will be the teaching methodology now? How teacher will teach? How will the student learn? So many questions now because of this understanding this particular overloading scientifically that has been prepared and scientifically it has been proved also. So now they are thinking, what should be the teaching methodology? How student will learn? What should be the content? And what should be the learning space? Learning space means it's the classroom or maybe online lecture or maybe combination of that. So they are trying to finalize they are trying to find out the ideal combination of those. And what should be the role of a teacher in that case? And of course, what student will do? All those things now a big question in front of higher education system. Outcome-based education is a way out, of course, but through practicing of outcome-based education, still not we are doing. But if we are able to do that, it could be a way out of that situation. Don't think bad. It's a 21st century key we are teaching. We are from 20th century and the curriculum, whatever we are following. Yes, last few years the curriculums are changing, but a few years back also we are following very old curriculum and we are following the very traditional method. So this is the fact of Indian education, what we are doing now. So because of that, you know, the students are not fit for the job. So all of you have many information regarding the engineering graduate in India. Only 7% of engineering graduates are employable. Many surveys say that sometimes 9%, 10%. Meaning is very simple. Most of our graduates are not employable. So why? How they will be employable if you are not teaching them the 21st century skill? If we are not able to teach the 21st century teaching way, how they will be employable? So this is where we are lagging as an Indian education system. Some of the states, some of the universities following some advanced rule. We are also now following the advanced rule. So we need to do that. So when we are teaching our students, now we need to consider, are you a teacher of the new generation student? Most of the time, maybe your answer may be no, but we can upgrade it. Are you aware of online teaching tools? Some of the tools you are aware, but many of the tools we are not aware. So we need to upgrade it. Are you a skilled person to teach online effectively? Why I have written online word? Because of current situation. Even I understand, even everything is settled down, I understand this online teaching learning will remain there. And all of you are aware that even the ICT has declared that 40% of the teaching line maybe through online mode. So that's why purposely I have written online, but I want to mean it's a digital pedagogy. So what are the characteristics of your students? Means whatever you are getting. Now, one point I want to clear in front of all of you, that according to OBE, outcome-based education, no student is bad. According to OBE, if you just carefully go through the outcome-based education book, they are saying all students are good. Yes, a particular student may not good in mathematics. A particular student may not good in programming. A particular student may not good in English. But according to OBE, all students have immense potential and they can do anything and everything. As a teacher, you need to guide them. What Swami Vivekananda also said. Same thing Swami Vivekananda said many years back. So what the characteristics of your students that you need to go through a bit. Some of the characteristics I have highlighted here. The 21st century learner may have other characteristics also. They are multimodal learners. They are good at discovering information. Shorter attention span, very, very important. Shorter attention span compared to you or the learner who means when we have learned, their attention span is very shorter. Flexible learning environment, they generally prefer. Relaxed learning environment, they generally prefer. They don't want to come to institute every day. They don't want to attend all the classes continuously. Rather, if you are giving them the digital content, they will be sitting into the maybe somewhere, maybe your hostel, or they want to learn that. So they like informal and stimulated environment. Always formal environment they don't prefer. So active learning they generally prefer, and collaborative learning, experiential learning, different kind of other learning rather than the only conventional learning they prefer. So when you are teaching to your students, you must try to remember some of them. I understand it's not very easy to remember all these things and go to the classroom. It will be massacre. But rather, you need to remember some of them, and you can go inside the classroom. You need to change. You can't change your student. You can't change this to a 21st century learner. Rather, as a guardian, as a teacher, we need to change. Multimodal learning is always very good, very great, because it can give you this facility. Some of the things I have kept in front of you, because as I said, nowadays you will get your students who are from the diverse background, who are thinking in different way. Their learning pattern is different. They prefer different things. So all these things you can accumulate if you use the multimodality in the teaching learning process. So it can accommodate the diverse learners. It can engage all the learners what generally prefer students nowadays. And of course, the transfer of knowledge is also could have been happening in this multimodal learning. Now, what would be the role of a teacher in this methodology? So initially, we generally, as a teacher, stand in front of all the students, your classroom, and all the teacher is following you. The class was the teacher-centric class. Now the class is not like that. Your class would be, you need to go to your student, you need to guide your student, you need to do the work along with the students. So as a teacher, you need to guide by side. You need to co-creator of the content. So when you are giving assignment to the students, you also may take a part on that. You are not solving assignment, but you would be maybe a creator of that assignment, something like that. You must be a co-creator. You need to work with them. You need to work with them. You need to guide by side. That has to be the today's teacher's role. So to do that, as I said, we are from the traditional background. All of we, I hope, are the traditional background teacher. So whatever we have learned, maybe over the years, sometimes we need to unlearn something. Not the content, not the technical content. I'm talking about technical content is good, but the way of teaching, but the way of conducting classes, something we need to unlearn first, because until and unless you are unlearning the thing, relearning may not be possible. So sometimes we need to do that as a teacher. So it's a beautiful slide. Is a digital native. At the left side you can see. So if you look into this picture, so it should have been the other way. Means the older person should read the paper and the student or maybe boy should be with the laptop. So basically this should be the case. If you look into our students are the digital resident, and we are the digital visitor, or we generally prefer the contemporary way of teaching. But whom you are teaching, they prefer the digital way of teaching learning. From this, the digital pedagogy, the term appear into the teaching learning process. So there is there are actually big differences between the digital native and digital immigrant. Immigrant means we are the immigrant. We are trying to understand the digital pedagogy. We are trying to understand the digital technique. But our students, I have seen my 8 years old boy. He understands everything, not only the mobile phone. So they are attending classes. Everything they are doing digitally. Even this corona has take them into the next level. So if you look into our students also, same thing. They prefer to learn from the mobile. You prefer to dictate into the blackboard. So that gap we need to break. That gap we need to learn. So as a digital native, they are very active. They generally prefer the parallel processing. So see, you have seen some of the students are hearing the music, they are studying. I do not know how they do. I also can't do. Many of you also can't do, I understand. So they are listening to the music, they are solving the problem. They generally prefer that. Parallel processing, they prefer. But we do not as a teacher sometimes look like a backdated teacher. But some of them we can understand, some of them we can learn when we are
Hello. Prabhu sir. Sir, am I audible, Pavan sir?
So can you hear me now? Hello, can you hear me now? Hello?
Yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Okay, okay. Well, all of a sudden power cut has happened at my institute.
Okay, sir. No issue, sir.
Sorry, I'm very sorry. But once again, it's the connection from generator. I do not know. Once again, another power cut will disruption will occur. Once again. So give me the permission of sharing, please.
Yes, sir. Just a minute.
Still permission is not available.
So just a minute, it's a network issues there.
Okay, okay, okay. No problem.
Sir, you're now
Okay. Yes, yes. Thank you. So I was talking about the differences between our students and the teachers. So they generally prefer, they are very active. They generally prefer parallel processing, multitasking, all those things they generally prefer. But we as a teacher, we know we need to upgrade ourselves. Generally, we are coming from the conventional background. That is why we are a bit slow, but we can do that. So that we need to do as a teacher. We need to practice it. We need to go for the different kind of digital teaching learning methodologies. Like all of you are, I hope you are participating in Coursera nowadays. Now Coursera, you have listened. Many professors are giving lectures. How beautifully a lecture can be given. So you can learn from there. And many other professors from the different institute across the world, some of the teachers from our country. So they are giving like lecture, even though they are sometimes giving lecture digitally, but you will feel that full engagement. Means what you don't want to miss even a word sometimes. So that should be our motto. If we able to do that digitally, so our student will be able to engage our student inside the classroom. Now, just I wanted to show you the World Economic Forum. I hope all of you have heard about. So what they generally do, they generally give generally top skills, means what industry generally required, every after 10 years or maybe 5 years or maybe sometime 2-3 years even, they generally predict. So what generally they predict, it is based on the survey. They generally survey to the different organization, different big companies, and through that they generally write down the top 10 skill of that particular year or maybe particular decade sometime. So nowadays, as skill set are changing very frequently, nowadays they are doing this in every year. So here I have kept in front of you the top 10 skill which they had predicted in 2015 and what they have predicted in 2020. What I want to mean, if a graduate, engineering graduate is going to the market in 2015, so they generally industry will expect these skills from the students. But at the same time, if the graduates are from 2020, I'll show you next slide in 2022 also. So they were expecting this. Now, if you look into that, there are some changes are occurring. Complex problem solving was the top priority of most of the companies in 2015. Now also, if a student can solve a complex problem, he or she has better chance to establish into the company or get the job into the company. Similarly, if you look into the second topmost criteria, coordinating with others, that was the priority in 2015, means how they can work together, how they can work in a group. But in 2020, topmost skill, critical thinking, which was in fourth position in 2015. Now company are asking or looking into the students, the critical thinking should be as a second highest priority. So when you are teaching your student or maybe when you are developing the question paper for your student, you must look this kind of market survey. And when also you are designing your curriculum, if that flexibility is with you, your institute do not have, but of course the curriculum and syllabus, whatever prepared by the Matao district, I hope based on this kind of survey. So the priority level of the industry, means industry is looking into this skill from our students. So if you are not teaching your student, if you are not giving this skill to your student during his study, then how they will achieve this skill? So it will be very, very difficult for them to separately understand, separately study, separately get or separately achieve all these skills. So whenever you are teaching your student, you must keep these things in your mind so that your student will be fit into the market in future. Similarly, I have kept a very recent study by World Economic Forum. So this is the most established forum, World Economic Forum. That's why I have kept this study. Other than this, also other studies are also available. So in 2022, still it has not appeared. That's why they have written growing and decline. So what should be the growing skills in 2020? Analytical thinking and innovation. So if you look into the different activity of the ICT and all other affiliating body, nowadays everywhere you will be finding this innovation competition, innovative, all these things you will be finding. Why? Because of this. Because the industry, the employer, now they are looking for this quality among our students. So what we need to do as a teacher, we need to do in the academic institute, we need to organize the technical symposia, we need to empower our student, we need to encourage our student to participate in this kind of activity so that innovative mindset we can develop in our students. So that particular thing you need to provide to the student as an institute and as an individual teacher. When you are entering into your classroom, you can try to analysis your student who has very good innovative mindset, or maybe he or she has a little bit innovative mindset. You can guide them. So that kind of activity we need to do. Similarly, the active learning and the learning strategies, creativity, technology design, all these things are now the growing skills the industries are looking for our students. Similarly, at the right side, I have kept the decline trend. So, with the year, these skills are now declining. Okay. Now, one very important issue I told you in one of the slides, still broadly I want to keep in front of you, the attention versus time. So generally our class time is 40 minutes, 50 minutes, something like that. So if you look into the student attention, at the very beginning, all the students generally will be very attentive and they will listen to you, and with the time, the attention will fluctuate. Why fluctuate? Because I have taken the average of the class. So some of the students may continue with the good attention, some of the students very less. So as an average, you will find like this. So as an average, you want your classroom continuously will follow this kind of attention with the time. So you can't expect that every time your student attention will be 100% from the first moment to last moment. It cannot happen. But even if it is a green line, it's good. But originally, what happened? This red line in most of the conventional classrooms, you will find the attention is decline, and over the time, after half an hour, there will be very less student will be attentive in your classroom. Correct? But if you are able to do something in your classroom, if you are able to do some activity, some tricks, something in your classroom as a teacher, because I believe all the teacher have its own way of handling your classroom. All the teacher has its own way to pitch the content in front of the student. So if you are able to do something so that ultimately you will able to manage this green curve, so you can consider it as a successful teacher. So to do that, something you can do, what I think, or basically I have collected all these documents from maybe from internet, maybe from NITTL lectures. I have not written anything. Most of the things I have collected from them only. So according to them, if you change your teaching learning methodology from the conventional method to any of this method, or maybe combination of this method, so that attention level, what I have shown through your green line, you may achieve that. Some of them are flipped learning, blended learning, collaborative session, gamification, active use of learning management system, role playing, case studies, video lecture, all those. Some of those, or maybe any combination of those, according to your content, according to your which subject you are teaching, which class you are teaching. If you incorporate those things into your teaching learning methodology, you may keep the attention of your student maybe following the green line somehow. That tested and been written after research on it. So what will be the implication to teachers out of this discussion? A very long lectures are not recommended nowadays. Teaching with the technology, because whatever I have shown you in last slide, flipped learning, blended learning, all are the different part of digital pedagogy. All are nothing but a digital technique in your classroom. So you need to be very good in technology, or you need to learn it. You mix up the methods, as I said, you can, according to your content, according to your course, you need to choose as a teacher. You don't think that I'll use flipped learning for all the courses. I'll use any particular learning, web-based learning for all the courses. It may not be suitable for your course. As a teacher, you are the best judge. You should choose what will be the fittest one for you. So to do that, you need to learn that. Until and unless you do not know what is flipped learning, how will you apply? So that you need to learn. It is very easy. It's nothing but transferring of knowledge. So any kind of teaching, learning, digital, analog, whatever, it is for the transferring knowledge. So you can learn it. Everybody can learn it. Now, use of video clip, podcast, concept chart, all these things are the different part of digital pedagogy that you need to use in your classroom. Micro learning means, as I have told you in the previous slide, chunking. So micro level, preparing of the content into the micro level is very important issue as a teacher. And the learning management system, all of you are now using the learning management system, I hope. That is any learning management system you are using, I hope. Some of them are using Canvas, some of them are using maybe our own institutional learning management system. Some of you can use other one. No issue, but at the end of the day, you need to use learning management system. What will give you freedom as a teacher? All will be into the same platform. You can pass your content, student can submit the assignment, you can evaluate the assignment, you can give a very small project for the discussion. Many things you can do through the learning management system. Correct? Module learning management system, all the group colleges are nowadays are using. That is also very good and very old learning management system. Now, as for the document, what I have got, best document I have got from the NITTR. So they are saying to make your classroom interest, or if you wish to follow the green line. So your time management for active learning, you could divide like this. So everything should be designed in advance. So you cannot design inside the classroom. If you want to do this, it will be massacre. So initially you can start it with the lecture, maybe 10 to 12 minutes, 15 minutes you can lecture. Then 3 to 4 minutes you can give a very small activity. So all of you are now familiar with the quizzes, many more things I will be showing you in my successive slides. So there are many digital equipments, there are many digital things are available. Through this you can make some activity, you can engage your students. So that 3 to 4 minutes activity you can do. Am I audible? Please respond, some of you. Am I audible? Hello? Am I audible? Please someone responds.
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay. So I am confused that I am audible or not. Okay, so this is the best division what I achieved. So 3 to 4 minutes you can practice some of the activity. Then another lecture you can make very small chunk of lecture, you can make another 10 minutes. Then once again you go for the activity. So now if you wish to do all these YOLO activity things, so as a teacher you need to know what kind of activity I want to do, and that also should be in advance. You cannot decide inside the classroom that activity I will do. So if it is a physical class, you can make you can break your entire classroom into very small groups. You can give them group-wise assignment. If it is a digital classroom, you can give a quiz, 3 to 4 minute quiz, online quiz. They can answer, you can see the answer, and you can make your classroom competitive also through this. Likewise, you need to divide the chunking process into your classroom, and at the end you need to end your lecture by summarizing it. So all this discussion, whatever I have made, it is actually change your passive classroom to an active classroom, or passive classroom will be changing by a doing classroom. So to do that, what I said in last slide, that you can follow, or maybe very small short activities like polls, think, pair, share, summarization, all those things you can practice in place of the YOLO box, what I have shown in last slide. So these are the things according to your course, according to your content, you can decide. So that will give your student more relaxed way of learning what they want as a 21st century. So to do all these things, whatever I said, you need to convert yourself. You need to change your teaching learning methodology from conventional classes to the digital teaching learning. Now you can ask me one question that how can I practice the digital teaching learning into conventional classroom? Yes, it is possible. Even in conventional classroom, just by using a very small projector and your mobile phone or maybe very on a laptop, you can practice the digital pedagogy or digital teaching learning methodology. It's not very difficult, and most of the institutes throughout world, they are practicing the digital pedagogy in that way only. So only a very small projector and a laptop can change your entire environment of your classroom. So you need to change yourself as a teacher from a conventional teacher to a digital teacher. Digital pedagogy you need to follow. So pedagogy, all of you know, the meaning of pedagogy is nothing but the art of teaching. So when you are incorporating different kind of digital technology into your teaching learning, so your teaching learning will convert into the digital pedagogy. But don't think that any kind of digital technique I will introduce my classroom will be the digital classroom or my pedagogy will convert into digital pedagogy. It's not. You need to decide. There are many digital way out for your classes, so you need to follow some one of them. And it is the digital pedagogy also not incorporating all digital techniques into your classroom. No, you need to wisely use the digital technology inside your classroom. So if your classroom, you are only using digital technology, you are not improvising your content, you are not delivering the latest content to the student, it has no meaning at all. So content has to be up to the mark. After that, your technology you can incorporate according to your need of the course, according to the need of the classroom, according to the need of the students. So when you are using the digital pedagogy, there are many advantages. Few advantages I have kept in front of you. One, digital pedagogy make your classroom as a multi-dimensional classroom. As I have told you, you can use PPT, you can take the different kind of multiple choice questions, you can take the, you can use the different kind of digital tools in your classroom. So ultimately your classroom will be converted into a multi-dimensional classroom in comparison with your conventional classroom where you do not have any option to rather than write down into your blackboard. So that is not there. Your classroom can be more attractive. So your classroom could be very interactive because your students are also very familiar with the digital activity. Your students are also want to participate in the digital activities. Rather than solving problem in their book, they are more active in the digital platform. So your classroom will be more interactive. The student will be more enthusiastic because they love to do it into the digital platform. So all these things will happen inside the classroom if you are changing your teaching method.
There is some network issue from sir end, so please wait, sir. Maybe join right now. Yes, sir.
One second, same problem or of so I was talking about the different kind of technologies which are available in digital pedagogy. So if you are following the digital pedagogy, the different kind of new technologies which can suit your particular teaching learning methodology or particular stream of engineering or maybe medical. So those you can use if it is a conventional classroom. It is impossible to show sometime this kind of figure you can see at the left side, but if it is a digital way of teaching learning, so it could be possible. So pedagogy and technology can be right combination. Many technologies are coming into the for the different kind of teaching learning. So you can use appropriately, and if you are able to do that as a teacher, so your classroom will be very active, your student will be responsive, your student always will be participated in the classroom. But as a teacher, you need to always looking for this kind of technologies. You need to learn that continuously, otherwise it will not be possible. So a very specific way of digital pedagogy is the blended learning. So from the name it is very clear, it's the blending. Blending means you know what means generally we can do as an institute. Uh, I think as a JS group, the blended learning will be most suitable for us. It is nothing but the blending of online digital pedagogy and offline when the colleges will be open after vacation and all. So that kind of pedagogy, that kind of learning, teaching learning methodology will be most suitable for all of us, because that will give you the freedom that some of the classes, what is required, that we need to take the student class in front of uh, the teacher, or maybe student will be attending the colleges to practice the laboratory or maybe very doubt clearing session and all those things. And some of the classes will be conducting through the online mode. So that will be the best possibilities for many institutes, that blended learning, because as a teacher, we are shifting from conventional methodology to digital methodology, digital pedagogy, and also the students are also not comfortable sometimes. All students do not have the mobile phones, or maybe do not have the good internet connectivity, which is a major problem sometimes. So that we can break, or that we can overcome. So this kind of blended learning methodology, which is a part of digital pedagogy. So according to your institute, according to your content, you can blend it. So how will be blending? So that will once again will be depend on the course teacher. There are many types of blendings are available. I'm not discussing in detail. Station rotation blending, lab rotation blending. Lab rotation means the student need to come to the institute and different classes will be conducted in different labs to overcome the digital device. You do not have, if student do not have enough digital device or internet. So for that, second one is preferable. So remote blended learning, what I said already, flex blended learning, according to the content flexibility you can give. The flipped classroom, that is also part of the blended learning, and individual rotation blended learning. There are many kinds, some of them I have highlighted here. What are the different technologies you can use into your digital teaching learning process or digital pedagogy? That is Personal learning network. Personal learning network means I want to mean their Facebook. I want to mean the different kind of the things, personal things are available, so that you can use. Virtual learning environment like learning management system and all that you can use in as a part of the digital pedagogy. So flip learning, I have kept separate slide because you know our institute, JS College of Engineering, are practicing flipped learning as a part of digital pedagogy since last 3-4 years. So that's why I have kept this in flipped learning. What happening, you know, the name once again is telling you what about the teaching methodology. In flipped learning, generally in conventional learning, as a teacher, we go to the classroom, we teach the student, and we ask our student to prepare the maybe assignment, or maybe they learn the content and they come to the class. Something like that they do, correct? So as a teacher, you discuss the basic content to the student, then they prepare the assignment. But in flipped learning, it will be reverse. That's why the name is flipped. Flipped means it is reverse. So how it is reverse? In flipped learning, we'll ask students to learn the basic content at their home. Then suppose I'll teach a student about the Ohm's law. Suppose. So what I'll ask the student, you just try to go through the Ohm's law. You may not understand, but you try to go through the Ohm's law. You just read it out, try to understand. If there is any problem, then we'll be discussing it in the classroom. So initial study will be done by the student, and when he will come into the class, we will be discussing about his doubts. So in flipped learning, the content which is more easy, that we'll ask our student to learn from their home, and the difficult content we'll be discussing inside the classroom. But in conventional teaching learning method, what happens? The easy content, that is the basic content we explain inside the classroom, and we give the mathematical problem or maybe solving part as an assignment to the student. So the solving or assignment is difficult part. So that we ask our student to do at their home, which is not good, because when they are doing everything at their home, they are not getting any help from you. So it will be very difficult for them to solve the problem. Rather, you ask them to basic understanding the content from the home. When they will be coming to the classroom, you ask them to solve the problem. When as a teacher, you will be there inside the classroom. So in flipped classroom, generally it will be like that. I'll explain in detail more in other slides. So whenever you want to do for the digital pedagogy, you want to practice the digital pedagogy, you need to manage some technologies. Some key technologies I have been kept in this slide. Other than this key technology, many technologies are there, but these are the key technologies. If you learn your classroom, you can convert it to full-fledged digital classroom. That is learning management system. All of you are presenting nowadays. The different kind of video conferencing software, learner engagement software, which is very, very important. Learner engagement software means I told you that if you are going lecturing maybe 40 minutes, nobody will listen. Like what I am doing right now, but I do not have any other choice. So what you need to do in between, you need to engage your learner by some means, maybe by some quizzes, by some different kind of softwares are available. So Mentimeter, I hope some of you have heard the name Mentimeter, quizzes, all are the different kind of software or maybe different kind of tools to engage your students. So you need to learn some of them at least. Then you need to understand the assessment tool. Assessment tool also, it is preferable that if you are doing the digital pedagogy, it should be online based assessment, or even if they are attending your classroom, in classroom itself, it should be based on the student's mobile. Just by looking into the mobile, or just by if you have the mobile, they can solve the problem. they can submit the assignment. If you are able to do some of this kind of assignment, so they will have some interest in the classrooms. And at the last, virtual labs. All of you are familiar with the virtual labs nowadays. So these are the few managing technologies what you must learn to conduct your digital classes, or maybe digital pedagogy practicing. These are the major major technologies. So in digital pedagogy, content development is the main issue. You need to develop your lecture material. So all of you, means all the faculty members of JS group already have done it, but whatever you have done already, the content you have developed, so now you can compare your content to the content of maybe Coursera or maybe any good platform from where we can learn that different kind of courses. So now if you compare that, definitely you will find there are some gaps. So I request all of you to just try to bridge those gaps. If you there are very good recording also I have seen, but there are majorly there will be some gaps. The teachers who are teaching on those platforms, the way they present are different. The way they involve the students are different. So those kind of key techniques we need to understand. So there are no exact guidelines according to your content, according to means how you take the class. So according to teacher, it can vary a bit, but that should be the presentation should be a way, the content should be organized in a way so that your student will be involved. So that is the only key. Many ways of content development, e-content developments are there, only audio, video, simulation, animation, interactive, ebooks, visual text. Many ways you can develop your content. Sometimes you can combine this, means animation and simulation, animation and video. Many things you can do, and according to your 1 second subject, if it can vary a bit. Virtual reality, I do not know some of you have already used or not. So these are the two very prominent technologies, techniques which is coming into the market. So based on this, your content development for the digital classes, for the digital pedagogy, if you are able to do that, it will be more attractive and student will like this content. During the development of content, there are many things you can take help. You can purchase some of the material, but the second one is very, very important for all of us. Open educational resources. There are many resources available openly into the internet. So you can take help. You can just go through their video. You can understand how they are presenting. Sometimes you can take the content, if it is open, some content you can even take into your video lecture preparation or maybe content preparation. So this is very important. You need to find out where are the open educational resources are there. Many resources now are available. Self-production material means the way you have prepared your video. That is nothing but your material. So if the recording studios are available at JS College of Engineering, it is available. So I can just extend, means I can tell you that you also wish you can come to JS College and you can even record your video. The video what you have recorded at your home or institute and the video what you will be recording at the studio, it will be means the quality wise, it will be more increment quality you can get at the studio recording. Quality wise, sound wise, the video wise, everything will be the improved version. So if anybody wants to come, they can come to a studio and record them. So that will be your self-production material. Sometime exchange of existing material in a network with other institute, that is also possible, as we are maintaining one portal for all the videos. So that is possible. So during the content development, these are some of the tools I have highlighted. Many of you are using these tools, I understand editing tools, animation tools, audio editing, video editing, all these tools you are editing, you are using. So once again, I have highlighted for you. So during the content development, I do not know have anyone of are using these things or not. This is very important slide. If you want to introduce some graphics into your material, so these are the many things freely available, open education resources. So Paint, Dia, Drawpad, Photoshop, some of them you have heard about. Draw.io, Draw.io, if you just go to this site, there are many drawings automatically they have given there. Means suppose if you want to draw one electrical figure, so you know all these components are not available, so you need to draw it separately, but all components, many components are available, draw.io, so you can follow those things so during your content preparation. Similarly, animation tools I have kept here. Many animation tools are there. Some of them I have kept here. Some of them are free. Some of them you need to purchase. Similarly, audio editing, video editing, many softwares are available. Some of them I have kept here. So this, if you some of them you are using, your content, quality of content will be increased, and your student will be liking your contents. Now quickly, I have very little time, 3:26 already. So now whatever I said so far, most of them are coming under the digital pedagogy. And pedagogy means, you know, is nothing but the art of teaching. Now when I am talking about the art of teaching, in all teaching, generally we follow the Bloom's taxonomy. So Bloom's is a scientist who has given his taxonomy that if you wish to explain anything to your student, it must follow a particular pyramid. So according to Bloom's, he is saying what is the purpose of education is to change the thought, feeling, and the action of the students. So to do that, originally at the left side you can see Bloom's have given these terms in 1952, very long ago. But this has changed into verbs. I do not know some of the members have described or not. This has changed into these new terms nowadays. Knowledge has changed into remember, comprehension changed into understand, and so on. So if I wish to make my student understand or make my student learn, I should say learn any topic, the student must go through all these stages. He or she can't skip one stage. He can't from remember directly can't go to analyze. So he or she must go through all these phases. And as a teacher, when I am teaching, it may be digital pedagogy, I need to remember, I need to cover up all these stages when I am teaching my students. So according to Bloom's, we must remember a concept before we can understand it. We must understand a concept before we can apply it. We must be able to apply a concept before we analyze it, and so on. So that is nothing but the description of that taxonomy, correct? Now, when I'm talking about digital pedagogy, maybe in terms of flipped learning or maybe in terms of blended learning. So generally, the Bloom's taxonomy in digital way is known as Bloom's digital taxonomy. So remembering in digital mode what they can do, they can highlight some content, they can shade some content digitally. If I'm talking about everything is digital. So when I'm talking about understanding what could be the action of the student, how student can understand digitally, how will I understand, how as a teacher I will understand. So these are the factors the student will do. Similarly, applying means these are the factors. Of course, the applying means they need to solve the problem. Everything will be there, but it will be digital. Similarly, analyzing, evaluation, and creating. So when I'll be talking about the digital pedagogy, maybe in terms of flipped or blended, so it will be looking like this. And in flipped learning, the taxonomy, Bloom's taxonomy, which will be generally known as reverse Bloom's taxonomy proposed by Anderson. The taxonomy will be reversed. Means what I want to mean, remember and understanding part, which is very easy part. So that will be done by the student before the class. And inside the classroom, when he will be coming, he will be applying and analyzing part. And once again, he will be doing the applying and analyzing part. He will have the concrete idea on the content. Then the student once again will be asking to creating something new out of it. So if you closely look into this structure of the taxonomy, which is reverse Bloom's taxonomy, it is more suitable for our 21st century learner. So if you practice your teaching learning methodology based on revised or reverse Bloom's taxonomy by proper utilization of digital pedagogy in terms of blended learning or flipped learning, we thought that our students will learn. So this is the original Bloom's pyramid. I remember, understanding, applying. All remember and understanding these two we generally do in the traditional classroom, and we ask our student to go for the applying, analyzing, evaluation, and creation. So these students generally do without the help of a teacher. They generally do this, and you as a teacher are helping only this part. So only more complex work we are asking our student to do alone. But in flipped learning, it is reverse. We are asking our students to go through remembering and understanding part from their home, and when they will be coming inside the classroom, so we will help our students. At least up to analyzing part, up to we will do inside the class. So because of this learning is called the flipped learning. And if you are talking about the other blended learning also, in most blended learning, the easier part, where less cognitive level required, so we'll be asking our students to do it alone, and the complicated cognitive task we'll be doing as a teacher, we'll be doing with our student inside the classroom. So in the flipped classroom, here student is independent. In traditional classroom, this complicated task students are doing independently, which is not suitable, which is not good. I'm skipping this. Now quickly I'll go for the assessment part. So when I'm talking all those things, the teaching learning methodology, teaching learning technique, the student, 21st century student, everything is changing. Then how assessment we should change, that also we need to consider, because only you are teaching in the way of new generation, so that will not that is not the entire process will be completed. Rather, to complete this entire cycle, your evaluation also should be based on the 21st century evaluation. See, here I have kept few figures in front of you. You can identify what's wrong in this figure. Anyone can identify what's wrong in this figure? Okay, I'll keep one more figure. Is anything wrong in this figure? Are you there or not? That is the difficulties of digital pedagogy. So better to say the distance learning. I do not know are you there or not. Possibly.
Yes, sir.
So can you identify what is the difference? What is means is not. There are something which is wrong in this figure and also in this figure.
The scoreboard.
Yes, scoreboard is wrong. Means they are playing football and I am showing the scoreboard in terms of cricket, correct? Similarly, here also they are playing cricket. I am showing the scoreboard in terms of football. So when you are teaching your student digitally, your scoreboard, that is evaluation, should be as per the evaluation of the digital pedagogy. You are teaching your student in digital way, but you are evaluating your student in analog way, or maybe other way, which is not good, which is not suitable for the students. That's what I have kept this slide. So during the evaluation, you must be very flexible. You need to consider the 21st century students' characteristics, how you have taught them. Accordingly, you need to arrange the evaluation process. Many slides are there. Quickly, I am going through. So during the evaluation process, the evaluation which suits most for the digital pedagogy, those things only you need to consider. Only in digital pedagogy, continuous assessment is big good. Continuous assessment means every classroom, every subject, every classroom based assessment which must be there in digital pedagogy. So if you able to maintain that thing, so that will be good. And next one is how you will evaluate. What will be the parameter? That also, the parameter also must be designed based on the World Economic Forum. I have shown you 2 slides. So what the industry is expecting from your students. So based on those parameters, you need to evaluate your student. So of course, based on the content of the course and content of the World Economic Forum expectations. So based on that, you need to evaluate your students. So many slides are there. I'm quickly going through that to evaluate the some of the recommended apps I have kept here. All of you are pretty familiar with the Google apps. You know, it may looks like a very simple, but you know it's a very powerful app. Google Doc, Google Sheet, Google Slide, all those things you can use for your evaluation purpose. So other than that, you know, Quizzes is a very good app. Kahoot is another app. Poll Everywhere is another app. Canvas is LMS. You are using the module. You did not concentrate on that. So Lockdown browser. Lockdown browser is, some of you may know, it is nothing but during the evaluation process. If student is going from one browser to another browser, so it can identify. So that Lockdown browser, all these things you can use for your daily evaluation in your classroom. So some of the parameters you can consider for daily classroom evaluation. You can evaluate based on the content, which will be based on the critical thinking. You can analyze the arrangement of the content. Arrangement of the content will tell you about the creativity of the student. So how they are solving the problem, that could be another evaluation parameter. Similarly, I have kept 10 parameters for different area: core skill, competency, communication, all these things you can evaluate in everyday class. So if we able to do that per class, then your evaluation process may be up to the mark. So only one thing I just want to say at this last slide. So if you do want to do anything, so change is very hard initially. Initially, it is not possible to change sometime, or maybe you need to push a lot initially. But over the time, the changes will give you good result. So in education system, the digital pedagogy or maybe digital way of teaching learning is the only way out to teach our modern student, to teach our 21st century student. And digital evaluation, that is evaluation based on the daily basis or maybe class to class basis, whatever percentage is possible according to your university. So that you must do. And as a teacher, when you are doing this, you must be very grateful to your student, you must be very grateful to you, your organization, so that this change could be possible. Here I have shown you one carve of John Fisher. Some of you are aware about this. I hope he has proposed this carve, which is very known as the change curve or the transition curve of a particular person. So whenever you want to introduce something, initially you can you may see some of the very enthusiastic person. So because of that, it can follow like this. Now over the time, enthusiasm will be go down, and some of the teachers can think that it is not possible for me. They can go out, but at the end, if you are able to do that, ultimately it will be a very good outcome for your institute. So digital pedagogy is no means it also has to follow the same tradition. If you want to incorporate into the institute fully digital pedagogy, it must have followed the same transition period. So I hope all of you will do that, and you will be serving our 21st century. So thank you all for your questions. So if you have any query, or if you want me to, if you wish to say something, not query even, so you are most welcome.
Thank you very much, sir, for your nice presentations. I think just like me, all the participants enjoy your all the slides because you were already mentioned each and every point of the different digital platform and how we are just achieve to most interesting different way of the teaching. Each and everything you are just mentioned in that way. So it's a really grateful to us. You are giving us the time and you are just demonstrate each and everything. So we are very grateful to you, sir. Very much. Thank you. And from our side, we are just giving a token, gift of token. Please accept this. Sir, am I audible, sir? Papan sir, am I audible to you, sir? Papan sir, am I audible? Are you joined, sir? all participants are requesting to stay with us. Sarah is facing a network issue. So just a moment. This Sarah is already in. But Papu sir, am I audible, sir? Papu
Can
sir,
you hear?
yes, sir. You are audible, sir.
Yeah, yeah,
Am I
yeah,
audible
yeah.
to you, sir?
Yes, yes, you are audible. Thank you
Yes.
for the beautiful token of appreciation.
Yes,
So
sir.
you know, at institute, we are facing a power cut. See, almost 1.5 within 1.5 year. This is the fourth time power cut has happened. So anyway,
Okay,
I
sir.
am very sorry for that. I
No, no,
cannot
sir.
help you,
Not
but
an
at the
issue, sir.
end of the day, it's beautiful. Thank you, and I wish all the best for all the teachers whosoever is present in this platform.
Thank
I
you, sir.
personally
Thank you, sir.
thanks your
Thank you.
principal madam and Prashanto sir,
Yes.
whom I know very well.
Yes, sir.
So thank you all.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. So the announcement for the participant in the chat box or the feedback for link is already available. So all you can submit your feedback for today's sessions, and we are completing for today. From tomorrow 10 o'clock, the session one will be again start by the Dr. Sunipa Roy. The Sunipa Roy madam will completed two session, first session and second session of tomorrow, and third session of tomorrow is Dr. Sabyasachi Sen. Sir will be taken the class, taken complete that one a guideline towards the preparation of outcome based question paper, and Sunipa Roy madam will cover regarding the topics hands-on session of the COPO attainment with the case of study in support of the OBE, and most interesting point that is also covered by the Dr. Sunipa Roy madam, how to prepare the NBA or SAR. So I think for today we are completing over here. Tomorrow we will meet again 10 o'clock. Thank you everybody. And again, in the chat box, feedback link is already available. Just go and download. From there, you can submit your feedback for today's sessions. Thank you everybody.